Good morning. I'd like to welcome you to the Municipal District of Taber, February 10th, 2026 regular meeting of council. I'd like to call the meeting to order. If you have an agenda in front of you, I'm just going to point out some times that are scheduled. They're written on the hard copy. So we have a closed session item scheduled for 9:30. And then after that, we'll continue on with a scheduled time for a 10 o'clock delegation. So we don't need any changes. I just wanted to make you aware of those timing changes. So at this time, is there any additions or deletions to the agenda? Seeing none, Murray,
I could accept the agenda as presented.
those in favor? That is carried. Declaration of conflict, pecuniary and/or conflict of interest.
I'll excuse myself from any grazing lease talks, as I'm in a community pasture that leases 1/4 of tax recovery land from the end of Taber.
Thank you. Any protocol
And
items?
I
Oh,
also
sorry.
have a cultivated lease with the MD.
Okay, thank you. Protocol items, any announcements or recognition at this time? Seeing none, we'll continue on. Confirmation of the January 27th, 2026 regular meeting of council minutes. Looking for a motion to approve those.
I can make a motion that we approve those.
Thank you, David. David moves to approve the January 27th, 2026 regular meeting of council minutes as presented. Those in favor? That's carried. Public engagement process. We do have people in the audience, but they are scheduled. Is there anyone in the audience that I have not talked to that wish to speak to council? Seeing none, then we'll move on to our delegations. We have Northback Holdings Corporation. So we welcome you to our meeting. And while you're getting set up, we will take a moment to introduce ourselves. Then Arliss will introduce the subject, and then we'll turn to you. No, you may please sit and welcome. So, oh, okay. We'll go with, if council's okay, we'll continue on and then we'll go back if needed. Okay, so we'll start with introductions. To my left, we'll start.
Murray Rundles, Councillor Division 6 in Area.
Lane Johnson, Division 1, west of Taber.
John Tricado, Division 2, which is south of Taber.
Tamara Mianega, Division 4, which is Taber, north to the Old Man River.
Martin Conner, Division 7, Vauxhall area.
David Torrey, Division 3, Grassy Lake area.
Ernie Peters, Division 5, which is Hayes. West or east of the 36, essentially, 2 miles.
Arliss?
Yeah, Arliss Crofts, CAO with the MD of Taber, and then administration team as well. So with that, I guess Northback Holdings has gone through the process to request a delegation of council. I believe primarily from a public information sharing perspective, they wanted to speak to council to some of the project or a project that they're pursuing within the province. So I will pass it to Mr. Young, and he can make his introductions.
So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for inviting me here today. I really appreciate it. My name is Mike Young. I'm the CEO of Northback Holdings Corporation. I'm accompanied by our Manager of Community Affairs, Dana Lazzarato, and I believe she's brought her biggest fans with her as well, her mom and dad. Dana, as you probably know, is from Taber. She now lives in the Crow's Nest Pass and is assisting us with community relations. The first thing I'll do is just talk about my strange accent. So I grew up in Nova Scotia and Kingston, Ontario. After my dad left the Navy, he ended up in a textile factory in Kingston. So I went to Queen's University. I studied geology. I've loved looking at rocks my whole life. And imagine my surprise when I found out you could be paid for it, which was fantastic. I then followed a young lady I met in Canada to Australia. And then I ended up staying in Australia for 35 years, working entirely in the mining industry as a geologist and then moving on to executive roles. My history in Canada goes back to 1654. My mother's French Acadian. So back then a guy named Claude Rimbaud came from France and married a woman named Anne-Marie Micmac. So generationally, we go back a long way in Canada. I've worked in various commodities, including gold, copper, nickel, uranium in Australia, and iron ore. And when I was running a small iron ore company, I got to know Mrs. Gina Reinhardt, who's the owner of our parent company. And several years ago, after the JRP decision, she asked me to come out and see if we could have a look at redesigning the Grassy project such that we could get it through a regulatory process. And that's what we're doing. That's what we're in the middle of. And that's what I'm going to expand on today. So we'll go to the next slide. Thank you. So Grassy is a steelmaking coal mine. As you're probably aware, there's two types of coal. One is for generating electricity, thermal coal, and the other one is steelmaking coal. So the world uses or manufactures about 1.8 billion tons of steel a year, and 70% of that is made using metallurgical coal in the process. The project itself will produce about 2.5 million tons of clean coal. That's the product. We are owned by Hancock, and I'll talk a little bit about that as well. And we do expect steel demand to grow as the world grows and as the world modernizes. Steel is basically used in everything, including solar farms, wind farms, everything we do. And seaborne demand is continuing to grow. Now, metallurgical coal projections are in the 2030s, there'll be a shortage globally of metallurgical coal, which will drive demand and pricing for met coal going forward. Obviously, a project of this size will generate hundreds of jobs in the Crow's Nest region. We are very determined to ensure that the benefits flow through from Crow's Nest all the way through southern Alberta. We do have a buy local policy. I'll talk a bit more about that in a sec. Next slide, thank you. So the parent company is called Hancock Prospecting. It was founded by Gina Reinhardt's father, Lang Hancock. They started off in cattle ranching. In fact, the company currently owns 24 cattle stations, which is the Australian word for ranches, and about 350,000 cattle, including prize-winning Wagyu. And I've said before, and I'll continue to do so, if anyone actually finds themselves traveling in Australia and would like a tour of any of the operations, cattle operations, mining operations, are always happy to accommodate that. And we have done that in the past. It is a private company. It's the largest private company in Australia's history, backed by a large iron ore mine. So the company is predominantly an iron ore miner, although they are into other commodities, lithium and gas as well. And they produce about 70 million tons of iron ore, most of it shipped into Asia. So they have a very deep understanding of the steel market, which is one of the reasons that they acquired Grassy Mountain in 2019. Next slide, thanks. So those of you who haven't been to Grassy, I'd invite you to go on a mine tour. We could arrange a specific tour for the council if that was something that you wanted to do. But this is a photograph of the old mine. So Grassy is part of the Green Hills mine, which started in about 1914. It's an underground mine. It's the tipple that you see on the side of the highway near the golf course. So that Green Hills mine went 4 kilometers to the north underground, and then they started to mine underground at Grassy, and then decided in the 50s that they would do an open pit right up the spine of the mountain, and that's what's left. So you can still see coal in the wall in the top of the photograph there, and there's several seams going down. There's 3 major seams that we'll mine, and that's looking to the southwest. So you can see in the background some logging going on as well. Next slide, thanks. So Grassy is about 6 kilometers north of Blairmore. As I said, as you go through, you see the old tipple from the Green Hills mine, and the mine is well north and not visible from town. So what I want to talk about is, what's different. When you're managing particularly selenium, the first thing you do is look at avoidance, like where can you avoid mining? And we've made some major changes between the old footprint and the new one. There's a red outline there, which I always struggled, we got to change this. I always struggle to see because I'm red-green colorblind. Strange thing for a geologist, but I am. And you can see the red outline from the original design. So some of the major changes is that we've pulled back the footprint by about 40%, significantly at the top of the image there. That did go into the upper Oldman drainage, and it no longer does. And so we've reduced a lot of the impact on the Gold Creek side, which is to the right side of the image. And we have no waste dumps in Gold Creek. Gold Creek's a critical habitat for West Slope cutthroat trout. We also are looking at reducing the rock movements overall. So total rock that will be mined during the life of the mine is reduced by almost 50%. And that's because to the northeast, there was some deeper coal that economically was viable, but it required moving more rock. One of the major changes from the old design to the new one is we'll be mining it in phases from south to north, which means that you have parts of the mine that are now complete and you have a hole, and we'll be filling that in with waste rock. So we'll be putting mined rock back into mined out areas, and there's a lot of benefits from that I'll talk about. And it also, one of the big benefits is that you can do progressive reclamation, which means that as you're mining, you can start reclaiming the areas that you've already mined. And that's a pretty common practice in mining around the world. Reclamation is not something new. It's something mining companies have been doing for a long time. In terms of controlling selenium, and I will talk about this in more detail, it starts with avoidance. So it's about avoiding creating the soluble selenium in the first place. Then it's about containing it, keeping clean water clean, and then treating it. So one of our big commitments is to have an active water treatment plant from the get-go. So that'll be our final treatment technology, will be having an active water treatment plant. That's a significant difference from the previous application. Is there any questions on this one while we have the slide up? Next slide, thank you. That's just some of the old relics that sit on site. So that's part of what I'd like to do is preserve as much of the old mining area in the area as we can, working with Fred Bradley with Crow's Nest Heritage to try and ensure that we can, make the Crow's Nest Pass a mining tourism destination. There are a lot of places in the world that do that, and I think we've got a really interesting opportunity. So that's just an example of some of the stuff that's still left on site. Next slide, thanks. So modern mines, I guess with any technology, whether it be farming, ranching, aviation, technology changes, and so we've got the opportunity to design a modern mine. And part of that is you need to start with what does closure look like. So before you even start, you say, what is this going to look like when we're finished? And those finished forms are called landforms. We are being advised by some very good people, including Gord McKenna out of Vancouver. He runs what's called the Landform Design Institute. Gord really does think cutting edge. And so using things like layered lifts, engineered covers, what we're looking to do is prevent oxygen and water from getting into the final landforms because that's what generates your soluble selenium. Source control is about selectively handling waste rock. So in the Grassy Mountain project, in the mine, different rocks have different amount of selenium. Some of the rocks have none, and some of the rocks have selenium, some of the waste rock. And one thing that mining companies are very, very good at is selectively mining rock. That's what we do. We mine ore and waste. In this case, some of the waste we'll manage differently than other waste. And then it's about how do you place that waste? How do you configure it? How do you backfill? And then progressive reclamation is about getting it covered as quick as you can to prevent ingress of oxygen and water. It's all about source control. And as I say, mining companies are good at doing this. The other key thing is to keep the clean water clean. So that's about water diversion. So we are on a ridge and water will fall and run down the ridge. And as much as we can, we want to reduce the amount of water that comes into contact with the mining areas and the waste dumps. And so that's about keeping the clean water clean and capturing the rest of it. And again, water diversion is simply, we're in a place where water diversion is our life. So water diversion isn't something that's a new technology, and it's something that mining companies do. And because this particular mine, because of its location, will be very focused on it. And then finally, we have, as I say, the multiple lines of defense strategy. We have redundant water treatment systems using proven technologies. Selenium technology is not new. In fact, we're part of a group called the Selenium Working Group of the North American Metal Council. We go to their biennial meetings every 6 months. The next one's down near Yellowstone in Montana, so I'm looking forward to that one. But we go to those meetings, and what's happening in selenium management is really exciting. There's a lot of new technology. But the one thing they never talk about is adverse effect on fish. We just don't see it in nature. We see it in experiments and we see it in other places, but in nature we just haven't seen it. And there's a lot of evidence on that. We'll provide you with a paper that was written in 2021 by Gord McKenna and Guy Gilron for the coal policy review that was done by the government and released in 2022. There was a very good paper that was submitted to that. Not a lot of what was in that paper actually came out in the coal policy, but it's technical enough, but not too geeky, and it actually gives you a good background on selenium, how it affects fish, why it affects fish, and then how you can control it. So it's quite a good paper, and a lot's happened in that time. Next slide, thanks. Again, just some pictures, some site. Next slide. Oh, actually, if you can back up. That's an example of a rock that doesn't have selenium in it. So the darker platy rocks that you see in the Rockies, they're the ones that have selenium. Those are old marine sediments. And then the rocks that are lighter colored than the limestones, the big cliffs that you see in the Rockies, like when you're driving through to Banff and Mount Rundle, they have almost zero limestone. The Turtle Mountain Slide, for example, zero selenium. And this is a rock that's common on site. It's a sandstone. It has low selenium. So that's the kind of rock that we would use to manage covers and selenium management. In terms of water use, total water use hasn't been established yet because we're still designing the mine. But order of magnitude, it'll be somewhere around 400 to 500 acre feet per year. Total use, and it's not consumptive total. Water will be used predominantly for dust control and in the coal processing plant. Coal processing is actually a pretty clean process. So coal is, the density is almost the same as wood, not quite. And what you have in the ore deposit is you have layers of coal and layers of rock. And what you want to do in the processing plant is wash the rock off the coal. And the way we do that is we increase the density of the water in the plant using magnetite. So magnetite is an inert iron oxide. It's a kind of, you can buy those toys for your kids with the little magnets that click together. So what that does is it increases the density of the water. So the coal literally floats and then the rock sinks. We won't have a tailings dam. So what we'll do with that, the rock reject, is we'll filter it and dry it. And then that rock, because it's part of the rock that's in the waste dumps, will be co-disposed in the waste, but it'll also be used for some of our design of the waste dumps to form impermeable barriers in the waste rock. So it's a good recycling method. And the water itself in the plant, it is a recycling process because we just keep using the water over and over again. Water will be supplied by precipitation. So we're kind of tearing a page out of the irrigator's handbook, which is to build some dams, capture the water in freshet, and then store that over summer. We do come under the water, as I like to say, the rain belongs to God, but when it hits Alberta, it belongs to us. So it's no different for us. We'll collect the water, it'll come under the allocation system. And in times of drought, if the allocation's pulled back, then we would adjust our operations accordingly. And then we do have some dewatering. The mine design goes below the water table. And so we would dewater those areas until the end of mine life and then allow the water to go back into those filled pits. And again, that's part of selenium management. Any questions on water while we're on this one? Next slide, thank you. So how do we manage selenium? So selenium is, as I say, it's in the Rockies, all through the Rockies. There's selenium in all the creeks to some degree. And so the selenium itself is in the rock around the coal. And so what we do is we control that selenium-rich rock differently than the rock that doesn't have selenium in it. And what we want to do is we want to prevent oxygen from interacting with the rock because that's what generates the soluble selenium. So as you guys would know, if you bang a piece of rock, you get a fresh surface and an oxidized surface. That oxidation is what creates soluble selenium. So preventing oxygen getting into the waste dumps and preventing water from taking that soluble selenium is part of source control. Now you're not going to control it all. So what you need to do is capture it. And so there'll be a water system for capturing the selenium and then storing it. And then if necessary, you treat it with active techniques and passive techniques, and then you can release it into the environment. And the numbers will be determined by the regulator. So the regulator will give us, here's the allowable levels of selenium, and that'll be based on the geology, the rivers that we'll be discharging into, and the type of fish that are in the rivers. Any questions on this one? And obviously, as we're going through, yep.
So the regulator would then determine what levels and how much volume? Would both of those things be part of the releasing of treated waters?
Yeah, that's right. So the volume and the concentration would then determine total load. And so that'll be part of the calculations, absolutely. Yeah. And then, sorry, I just grab a drink of water. As I say, it takes into account, what's the rainfall, what's the river, what are the river discharge rates, what's the volumes. We will have large surge dams on site to withstand a 1 in 200 year weather event. So water management's a big part of the plan. In fact, the drilling program we just did, a lot of that was to collect data for groundwater modeling, because groundwater modeling is a big part of what we're doing. So we're spending a lot of time and effort understanding the water system, both surface water and groundwater. This is something we absolutely have to get right. And then the key thing here is we then will present this to the regulator, and that's the time at which the people of Alberta get to have a really good look at what we're doing, and you can have subject matter experts interrogate it, and then obviously this will go to a hearing, no doubt, and then at that time people will be able to test our hypotheses, put forward their own, and then the regulator will make a decision. But we are spending a lot of time on the water. Next slide, thanks. Again, come for a tour. We can arrange one for everyone. I think it's well worth doing, and I would love to be on that tour with you guys. Give you a little geology lesson. The rail loadout facility. So back in 2015, I think Riversdale did a poll of the community. They had 3 sites for the rail loadout, and they polled the community and asked them what they thought. Obviously, the community thought having Riversdale rebuild the golf course and rebuild the clubhouse was a good idea, so that's what's happened. And that's been a huge benefit to the community. So the revenues of the golf course went up probably by around 5 times as a result of the redevelopment. And if you've been to the golf course, you wouldn't be surprised by that. It's a beautiful building. The building itself is actually inspired by coal mining. It's the shape of an old tipple, but it's a great golf course. So in exchange for that land swap, we acquired land down near Highway 3, which will form the train loadout. So it's designed as a loop, so the train doesn't have to shunt or back up. The train comes in, the operators from CPKC get off the train, we then take control of it, and then the train loading is a continuous process. So the train just slowly goes underneath the loadout tower, which is in the sort of top right of the figure 8, and then the operator loads each car as it goes through. The coal is kept very moist. It's about 9 to 10% moisture, and the reason for that is dust suppression and to ensure that the load doesn't shift in ships, because dry material, as you would well know, almost acts like a liquid. And so that significantly reduces dust. There's lots of images online of coal loading facilities in Appalachia, and there just isn't any dust, and there's very little noise because the train's not shunting. In response to some local feedback, we have moved the loading facility to a cut. So the way the land slopes down towards the highway, the north end of the rail loadout will be cut banks, and then the south end is a built-up berm. And because of that, we'll be able to build a berm to shield people from view. Now, personally, I think trains are actually nice to look at. and as you drive through Lethbridge, of course, you see lots of trains. But we'll make sure that the trains are actually shielded from view. And then the train, once it's loaded, there's about 155 cars. So each train's about 16,500 tons. That'll then go to West Shore terminals outside of Vancouver, and then shipped off to our likely customers would be in Asia. Be nice to be shipping it to Hamilton and have some truly Canadian-made steel. It's a long way. We'd probably have to go through the Panama Canal, but it's still something I'd love to do. And then other than that, we'll probably 2 to 3 trains per week. We're not going to have a large bin or stockpile, which is pretty typical for a train loading facility. We're not going to have a stockpile at the train loader. The material will be conveyed from the mine down to the loader when we're loading trains. And that was a deliberate choice by the company just to reduce the size of infrastructure that you would need down at that place. One of the questions I've got, so when I go to Lethbridge, I often take the back road back to Calgary because it's actually really, really nice drive. And there's that huge silo at Vulcan, the big one, sort of on the left side of the highway. Does anyone know what the capacity of that is? I'm just always curious. I go by it and I'm just wondering how big it is. Like it's huge. So I was thinking maybe we just build something that looks like a wheat silo here. Nobody will mind. But yeah, so we've made that choice to make sure that we're not shipping, we don't have a big bin there. So any questions on this? The next slides just give you some images looking at it. So on the bottom left, you've got the highway looking up at a train in the loop. Don't know where that is. Can you just slide up just a wee bit more? Yep. And then on the left, you're looking from the golf course road towards some of the loadout infrastructure with, in the background is Powder Keg, where we've obviously added more ski runs. And then on the right-hand side, you're looking from the west towards Turtle Mountain in the background. So fairly innocuous. And again, we've made a lot of improvements to the design to reduce noise and just the visual amenity. Next slide, thanks. So in terms of economic benefits, obviously centered into Crow's Nest Pass, the mine itself and the MD of Ranchlands, but most of the services, well, all of the services will come and go through Crow's Nest Pass. There's no access to MD Ranchlands other than through the pass in that area. Back in November 2024, 54% voter turnout, voted 72% in favor of the mine. It would result in about 600 jobs during peak construction. That will require a camp, which will be out of town up towards the mine site, and then about 300 to 400 permanent jobs. We're very aware that we need to work with the community. The new mayor of Crow's Nest Pass has made that pretty clear. We need to start working on that now. We're still several years away from moving any dirt. We're very keen to do that. You know, at EVR, you've got people who live in McLeod, who live in Lethbridge, who work at Elk Valley, and a lot of people who live in the Crow's Nest Pass, and obviously they'd love to spend an extra hour or so with their kids rather than driving there every day or doing drive-in, drive-out. The project itself is going to provide hundreds of millions, if not billions, of dollars to the province and to the country, as well as downstream economic benefits, because in mining you have about a 3-to-1 ratio of support jobs to the jobs on the mine. We're not going to be using any autonomous vehicles. So autonomous mining is becoming a lot more common. It's very common in Australia because everything's flat. So you can have wide roads. But in something like Grassy Mountain, which is, you know, it's topography, it's a hill mountain, the roads would be changing a lot. The roads would be a little bit narrower. It just doesn't lend itself well to autonomous vehicles.
Mike,
yes.
I'm sorry, I'm going to interrupt you. So we do have a commitment right now, but I give you 5 more minutes if you want
sure.
to wrap up, or if you want to pause. But we have a commitment that we have an online obligation.
I had 4 minutes left.
I'm sorry,
No,
okay,
that's
carry
okay.
on.
I appreciate that. Oh, I could, yeah, I'm
No,
glad
you're
you stopped
good.
me because I could just keep
take your
going.
time, but yes, it's very interesting.
In terms of reclamation, firstly, we have to do it. It's a regulatory requirement. There is the Mining Financial Security Program, which provides that we put up a bond. So based on the disturbance, the government will estimate what it would cover, what it would cost to cover this, to reclamate it, and we have to put that up as a bond. And we also are committed to progressive reclamation, mainly because you don't want to have this reclamation liability at the end of your mine life. You want to be doing it as you're going. There's a lot of benefits to that, and we're very keen to work with the community and the First Nations to determine what do you want to see there when we're finished. Could cover it in soil and trees. There's a lot of soil and trees in that part of the Rockies. What there aren't a lot of is recreation areas. So there's a lot of opportunity here to design something that has a future benefit. It could be renewable energy, it could be recreation. There's many, many things, and that's part of the community consultation with the community and also the First Nations that we'd like to do. So that was actually my last slide. I think there's one more at the bottom. Can you just go to the next slide, thanks? And just some examples of reclamation around Alberta. Looking at bottom left is in Canmore, that's Quarry Lake, and then the golf course at Canmore is sitting on old mining areas. And the next slide, thank you. And then finally if we get the next slide. Finally, for the golfers, this is a Coal Creek Golf Resort where they've got black sand traps, which makes it easier to find your ball. So that's it. That's the presentation.
All right, thank you very much, Mike. Council, at this time, do you have any questions for Mike or for our local North Back representative, Dana? John?
Just a comment, I guess. The presentation with the facts is a little different than what we've been hearing in media. And so I expected as much, but it's good to see you guys are taking a proactive approach to reclamation and how you're going to control the outputs, I guess, of the mine.
Thank you. And just on that, our parent company, because we're incorporated in Canada and we're owned by an Australian company, that doesn't shield us in any way from our obligations. The company itself has won environmental awards for various parts of their operations, and they have very deep pockets. It's not like this is something we'd walk away from, but I appreciate the comment.
Okay, anyone else at this time? So I'm sure our staff have your contact information. So if we decide we'd like to reach out and have other questions, then we'll just go through administration to you.
Absolutely. Happy to phone me directly anytime.
Okay, thank you for taking the time.
Thank you.
So council, I would just ask for a motion to receive the North Back Holdings delegation presentation.
I'll make that motion.
Thank you. Those in favor? That's carried. Okay, so hi, Dawn, how are you? Were you hoping to address council in the call for people to speak?
That's following.
Okay, so they're a scheduled delegation. I just didn't want to not include you if you wanted to go. So then you're okay. So then we're going to continue on with our agenda. Just wanted to check with you. So the next item on the agenda is closed session. It's actually number 15.2. I'll read it in and then look for a motion for going into close. So the item is closed session pursuant to section 197 sub 2 of the MGA and section 28 sub 1 sub B of the ATIA privileged information 29 legal privileged matters. So a motion to go into closed from Lane. Those in favor? That motion is carried at 9:34 to go into closed. rise from closed session.
I can motion that.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor? So we're out of closed at 9:55. We are going to continue dealing with the matter that we discussed in closed session. And so at this time, it is, yeah, we will continue. And if there are any motions coming out of closed sessions, then I would ask those motions to be made.
I would move that we accept the letter received from Ackroyd LLP as information.
Thank you, Deputy Reeve. It's up to you, but yeah, okay. So Councillor Reynolds, for those who are listening, not watching, has left. The Deputy Reeve, I wonder, based on the advice we received, if you would consider, with consideration of the ATIA process at the end of your motion.
Certainly.
Thank you. So I will send that motion so that it can be, and I'll send it to all of council. So we can start our discussion about that motion. If anyone has any questions or comments, then we will ask administration to put the motion on the screen, and Lane will review to ensure that it meets what his request was, and then we will go to the vote. So at this time, the motion is that council receive the letter for information and consideration of the ATAI process. So any comments or questions?
Can I just ask, what does AITA stand for?
Sorry, access to, it's the new FOIP, but I'll get the exact acronym from Lace, she's the expert. So Access to Information Act. Sorry, I know we end up dealing with lots of acronyms, and probably it's not fair to say this is the new FOIP, but that's how I have been educated on it.
That clarified.
Okay, you're welcome. Okay, any comments or questions? Martin?
Just regarding 2 weeks ago, we dealt with a matter that it was recommended when we come out that council show that we will do the right thing. Whether it's the right thing or not, it was to be decided by the people, I guess, but it was made very clear that we have to do the right thing when we come out, and we have to stand behind this, and we have to take legal action. But now when we come out, we're gonna go with the section option right away. It's just kind of funny to me how that worked.
So any counselor has the opportunity to place a motion on the floor, and that was given to anyone to make. So these are unique circumstances, and we have a motion on the floor right now. If I can see it, that would be, or all of council can see it. That way we can continue. I'll just give you a moment, Deputy Reeve. Okay, thank you. I will accept any other comments or questions. David?
I just think all I want to say is that I hope, and same with the discussion previous times, that somehow we can move in a direction of working together. And so last time I spoke to the fact that the other counselor I believed was honest and good and was just trying to represent his people, and I believe the same thing about this one. And so I would support this motion for the same reason I supported the last one that read like this. That in order for us as a council to move forward, I hope we can work together and not in a threatening environment.
Thank you. Any other comments or question from council? Martin,
I'd just like to vote recorded.
thank you. Any other comments or questions? I want to give due time. Okay, seeing none, the motion on the floor is that the February 5th, 2026 letter from the Ackroyd Barristers and Solicitors be accepted as information with consideration of the ATIA process. The vote will be recorded, so I'll pause a little bit more. Those in favor? Those opposed? That motion is carried. Okay, we will continue on with the agenda. If someone can, we'll actually take 5 minutes so we can prepare for our next delegation that's at 10. And we will then have Murray come into the room. So we'll take 5 minutes right now. February 10th, MD of Tabor Council meeting. The next item on the agenda is a 10 o'clock delegation. I don't see them here at this time. I have asked Arliss if they are presenting online. And he has confirmed no. So we'll just carry on with the agenda. Hopefully they've just got stuck behind a house move or something, and then oh, are they here? Okay, all right. So we're ready for you. I'm sorry you're just coming in, but we're ready in our agenda for you. So I'll turn it over to Arliss to introduce the next delegation.
Yeah, quite simply, as the agenda outlines, Vauxhall Stock Grazing Association had requested audience with council to review, I believe, some stuff with respect to leaseholder, lease compensation and infrastructure, I think was the topic.
Okay, so a couple of things. I just want to confirm, council, this package was not included in your regular agenda. It came via email after the agenda went out. I have provided each of you a hard copy of the information that was sent, as well as the accompanying emails that were between Arliss and Daryl. So at this time, we can do a quick introduction, but I do believe all of you have been here and have had the introduction, but I will get you guys to introduce yourself. And just for my own confirmation, today you're here representing Vauxhall Stock Grazing.
Yes.
Okay, Murray.
I'll excuse myself from grazing lease talks.
Okay, thank you. So we'll turn the floor over to you. Our regular practice, which you know, is we allow the delegation to present and then give council an opportunity to ask questions.
Yes, we were just also asking that it be a closed meeting.
So I just will defer to Arliss to just give us the purpose for the closed meeting, and then I will reference your email to that. Just want to make sure we're following everything.
Yeah, according to the Vauxhall Stock Grazing Association, it's specific to their business interests, I guess.
Their business interests with the MD of Tabor.
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. So in the request from Daryl to Arliss, they have asked for the material to be presented in closed session. Council, do you have any concerns or comments? Yes, Martin.
Can I make that motion yet or not?
I just want to make sure it's not normal practice to have the delegation request closed. Usually it's our admin. So I just want to make sure. And again, no real issues for me. I just want to follow the practice because we have been challenged on our process and practice in recent times. So I want to make sure we're to the letter. So council, I'll read. They're requesting, as Arliss said, disclosure harmful to business interests of a third party. So any concerns or comments about going into closed? And if there are none, I can accept a motion. Yeah.
I'll make the motion, we go into closed session.
Okay, the motion has been made to go into closed session. The closed session would be pursuant to section 197 sub 2 of the MGA and section 20 of the Access to Information Act, disclosure harmful to business interests of a third party, Vauxhall Grazing Association, infrastructure and lease compensation. Okay, the motion is on the floor to go into closed. Those in favor? Those opposed? All right, that motion is carried. We will go into close, so we will clear the gallery. Out of closed. Lane makes a motion to come out of close at 11:20. Those in favor? Okay, any motions coming out of closed session? I can move this motion. I'll move administration to follow up on the Vauxhall Grazing Association presentation. Any questions or comments? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Okay, anything else from council or on this matter? Okay, we will take a 5-minute break since I can see someone antsy beside me. Oh, yeah, so we'll pause for 5 minutes and get Marie.
Lane's in the restroom. Oh. I didn't see Lane.
Okay, we'll resume the meeting and move on to the consent agenda, correspondence, Minister of Environment and Protected Areas. So this was a response from our congratulatory letter to Minister Hunter. And so we do have an opportunity, if we so desire, to make a connection, which I believe we had that in the motion. So I'm sure our staff is following up so we can be in contact. And that is the only thing in the consent agenda. So a motion to receive the consent agenda as presented.
I can give you a motion to receive the consent agenda as presented.
Thank you. Those in favor? That motion's carried. The upcoming meetings and events. It's the same practice. There is a new invitation, attachment B, the Jets annual home run baseball invitation, and it's included in the list, March 27th. So if anyone has any changes or additions to these items, this would be the time to bring them forward. Yes, Lane?
Can I be registered for the March 26th Economic Summit? Please?
Any other questions or comments on the upcoming meetings and events? We have, yeah, there's a number of things going on. So if there's changes, please let council know. Yes, Lee.
Sorry, I should also be registered for the February 20th one as well.
Okay. Martin.
The Jets one I'd really like to attend, but unfortunately my kid will be in playoffs in hockey somewhere else. So I think it's a great one. So somebody else can attend for the Voxley would be great. It's a great event.
Yeah, we have often bought a table depending on how many people attend. We've tried to be very supportive of that community. So I know a few people have indicated on the calendar invite. So just so that council is aware, I use the calendar invite as a bit of an indication who's coming or going. So if you can, and same with staff, but doing it here also lets them add it. Or if you need a change, if you're not going to be able to go, you're probably best to call or send an email to Arliss through ACE, just so that we don't miss, or if there isn't a ticket. And I have really appreciated counselors who have a ticket, but for whatever reason can't go. We've tried to fill the slots. And I think that's a very good practice that if this council can continue with.
So could you
Right.
just explain what does that actually mean, an annual home run ball? So it's just a big dinner and fancy night?
Yeah, and they recognize their ball players, and they have a silent auction and a number of fundraisers to support the program. And, you know, the Jets give a great deal back to our region. So I've always been supportive of it. Murray?
I was just gonna kind of echo what you said, like, we got 2 events happening this week, and not many people have replied to it. So isn't anybody going there? Tonight and the Kaufman Council.
Yeah, so for tonight's public engagement, we do have 2 members from council who've confirmed their attendance based on the list I'm looking at. Is that how you see that, Lace? Yeah. But I don't have others confirmed. Yeah, but it is just good if we kind of have an idea who's going to be there. Now, tonight, our role is none. It's to be observers, and so we'll be there with the rest of the people who attend. Martin?
I'll be there on the 10th and 12th. I didn't respond.
The 10th and 12th I'll be at.
Okay. Okay, so, and maybe I'm speaking something that you aren't aware of, like when you get your council invite, if you accept it, then it does show up that you're attending or not attending. And Lace, I just want to go back to like, that's your preferred method, unless it's kind of last minute, is there's tickets available, right?
Yes, yeah, and that's the list that I use to populate that spreadsheet. So if you don't respond, your name might not be there, even if you plan to attend. That's how I create that spreadsheet. So it's okay if you don't respond, but just so you know, that's how it's populated.
And how, when there's tickets, that they're purchased.
Yes, yeah.
Okay. All right, any other discussion around upcoming meetings and events? A motion to receive the memo?
I received the upcoming meetings and events, ma'am.
Thank you. Those in favor? That motion is carried. Fire service training grant advocacy.
So this topic had come up at, I believe, a Barnwell Fire Partnership Committee meeting as it relates to some of the training grants that the municipal or the regional fire service has received from the province. It was brought to the attention to potentially share with council as a potential advocacy matter. As outlined here is whether or not we could have the province consider adjusting the funding parameters around that training grant to consider the expense of paid on-call firefighters for when they're actually attending training events. For that to be a qualified expense under the grant. It would be I guess an advocacy initiative.
Yeah, sorry, was reading. Go ahead.
So, this was brought up at a a Barnwell Fire Partnership meeting. I think I think we should maybe put forward a Foothills Little Bow resolution with regard to this and then bring it to RMA. Those with volunteer firefighters, volunteerism is falling off, and we have volunteer firefighters that put in their time, but then we choose to pay them for their time, even for training. So I think the province should be helping us with that, because it's a needed service that we're providing and that they're providing for us. So I'd be willing to make a motion to for administration to come up with a resolution with regard to this for the next Foothills Little Bow meeting.
Okay, let's help John out a little bit. So he's moved administration prepare a motion for Foothills Little Bow for the consideration of the fire service training program grant funding support paid on call training. Is that what you said? Okay. Does the advocacy, I don't attend the Barnwell Partnership, so was that the intent of the advocacy through Foothills Little Bow, or was there another mechanism you wanted considered as well?
So we had hoped that Barnwell might bring it to Alberta municipalities as well, and that's why it was made. The motion was made the way it was.
Okay.
Is for because they attend Alberta municipalities, and so I was hoping that it would be presented at both.
Okay. And so, and perhaps this will be discussed at the Vauxhall Fire Authority as well.
Go ahead, Bruce.
I didn't want to. Go ahead. I know that we don't have a formal agreement with the town of Table, but should we be approaching them to encourage them to do this same thing, advocate as well?
So put resolution in front of us first, and then, yeah. We'll just wait for the motion to confirm what John's intent is.
No, not yet.
Is that okay, John?
Yes, that's good.
Okay, so the motion reads, Council direct administration to prepare a draft resolution to be presented at the next Foothills Little Bow Association meeting to consider the fire service training program grant funding support to include paid on-call training. Any questions on that motion? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Tax arrears public auction update.
The memo that is before council just as a matter of informational follow-up, just to make council apprised of the tax arrears public auction that was held in the recent past, and administration's intention and plan moving forward. Not necessarily looking for any sort of direction, just providing the information as an update to council on the property that was put forward for that was subject to the tax arrears auction this year. And we can answer any questions council might have
David?
based on
So will you, I understand there may be somebody interested now because nobody bid on it last time. Would we redo an auction or just sell it to them directly?
It would be required to go through the auction process. This is a property that the MD does not own, and so we can't just sell that property to the person. We had the auction in December. Someone found out that the auction had happened, misunderstood the parameters and the dates of it, and they showed some interest in that property. And so by there are options the MD can take to move this along in different directions. But given that information, I would recommend that no action is taken, meaning there's no request for a recommendation at this point or a decision to make something happen. As we just continue on, it'll, depending on when the auction is held, if it's held before taxes are levied, then it would not get more taxes added to it. However, it happened after the election, or sorry, after the tax levy, then there would be another year of tax added to it. It'd be a further year in arrears, but then it would go to that auction process. The intent has been this property was put onto the tax roll so that it could begin to collect taxes again. It was exempt previously. It's been put back on the tax roll so that it could get to this process of putting it forward to tax arrears auction. It's a bit of an anomaly of properties. And so at this time, it's just, now that we have someone who has indicated interest, letting that process run through.
All right, so just be a motion today to receive that as information or receive the memo.
I can make that motion that we receive for information.
Thank you. Those in favor? That's carried. Moving on to request for decision non-bylaw. 9.1, the proclamation request on Green Shirt Day.
Yeah, specific to the Green Shirt Day, this is something that, at least based on my recollection, the MD of Taber has participated in since it's been established. And as per policy, there is an opportunity to have the council establish that as a proclamation and then further add it to the proclamation list that considers it annually so that it doesn't have to come back to council every single year. So that's the intention behind this proposed request for decision.
So for those, I'm aware that most of you will already know, but the purpose of Green Shirt Day is on organ donation. So the point of it is to register, tell your family, and be inspired. So we raise awareness of the importance of organ donation. And Green Shirt Day has been inspired by the unfortunate event of the Humboldt bus crash, and Logan Boulay tragically lost his life, but he had signed his organ donor card fairly recent, and his organs saved many lives and improved many lives. And it has been a strong movement that has continued on. In our community, Tabor Golden Sons have partnered with them, and it is very fortunate. It will be held in Vauxhall for our area on February 26th in the Vauxhall Arena, and there'll be 3 games with the many people who've been impacted by organ donation directly as part of the puck drop. So I agree with Arliss. Anytime we can make things that we do every year part of policy, it would be an advantage. So if anyone else has any questions on this policy or the change, go ahead.
I don't think it's on the 26th, I think it's on the
27th, oh, sorry.
22nd. Right? 22nd, I do. Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Thank you for that correction. I'm reading and speaking without my brain attached.
I give you the motion that the Municipal District of Tabor proclaim April 7th, 2026 as Green Shirt Day and direct administration to publish the proclamation and affiliated events on the MD Tabor website and social media platforms as per the proclamation policy.
Thank you. Any questions or comments on this motion? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Thank you. 9.2, greater purchases.
Just a quick reference with respect to agenda items 9.2 through 9.5. The reason they're before council is just simply for administration to be in compliance with the existing purchasing policy. Expenditures above $200,000 are required to receive specific approval from council. So these next few items hit that threshold, meet that threshold. So.
And can you just clarify how that relates to the interim operating budget that's been improved?
More specifically, the capital budget, yes. Yeah, these are all capital budget expenditures.
Okay, thank you. Lee.
No question. I'll just move that the Municipal District of Tabor award purchase of 2 Model 150 graders to Finning in the amount of $1.2012 million.
Any questions on the read-in motion? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Moving on to the tandem axle dump truck. Motion. Okay, go ahead.
Nobody else wants to.
Yeah.
I'll move that the Municipal District of Tabor award purchase of 1 highway tractor to Southland International in the amount of $228,400.
Any questions on the read-in motion? Those in favor? That motion is carried. The wheel loader purchase.
I
Oh, I
can
missed it. Sorry. Highway truck. The tandem axle dump truck.
make the motion that
Okay,
the Municipal District of Tabor award purchase of 1 tandem axle dump truck to Southland International in the amount of $296,100.
thank you. Any questions or comments on the read-in motion? Those in favor? That motion is carried. The next item.
I can move that the Municipal District of Tabor award the purchase of 1 wheel loader to Rocky Mountain Equipment in amount of $375,000.
Questions or comments on the read-in motion? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Okay, we're now moving on to grazing land lease tenders. Arliss?
Yeah, so these are some tendered grazing lease lands that had, I believe ultimately expired. So they're here before council with respect to endorsement of moving forward, and I'll let Bryce.
Oh, before you continue, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll excuse myself from the grazing lease tender.
Okay.
You're saying you'll have Bryce.
Bryce and Brian speak to the details of what's before council.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Arliss. Yeah, and I will ask Brian to jump in at any point to add to or provide additional information. We have essentially 3 leases that are being considered today. The proposal addresses the west half of the 26-714, the east half of 27-714, and the southwest of 27-714 as one single lease at 805 acres. That's being proposed for a continuation of the lease to be tendered for an additional year for the 2026 grazing season. The second item that's being proposed is the portion of the northwest of 15-1013, and that's a 30-acre lease, and that is being proposed to be put up for tender for the 2026 grazing season as well. And administration is here asking council for additional clarity with regards to. We did have a resolution that we included in the RFD back in 2025, where we had a resolution that's directed administration to request proposals for the northeast of 9-12-18, and we just wanted to bring back to council just to ask as far as pursuing that, whether that is the intent of council to pursue that as a request for proposal in light of our land management planning and strategy, or if we were to consider this quarter as well included as for tendering in 2026. So we have that. We have made a resolution or provided a recommendation from administration for all 3 grazing leases to be proposed for tendering for 2026, and we will be open for additional questions and feedback from council.
John?
Just wondering why we're suggesting just 1 year instead of, previously, I think it's been 4 or 5 when it came to tendered grazing.
Just to make them align with the termination expiration of the leases that will expire in 2027. Like these are all MD grazing leases, and those expire next year.
MD grazing leases, but these are different in that they're tendered, so I'm not certain as to why we wouldn't just go to a 4 or 5 year.
You could make that decision, but I guess just to keep all the other tendered leases are aligning with these ones as well. So come 2027, all the other tendered leases as well as these would align to do it at one time, I guess is the rationale.
Go ahead.
Before we consider putting them up for grazing lease tender for 1 year, should we be looking at just taking the 2 of them, the number 1 and the number 3 leases, and putting them up for sale?
Yes. Okay, that would be up to council to.
Up to council. Just the one consideration, I guess, is we're just working on the land sales policy right now, and we don't really have a policy in place to address the procedure other than if you just want to do it as a one-off.
I guess the one, oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Yes, the one consideration of it would be if we do tender it and somebody has the lease, they would have probably first right of refusal. Whereas if we just sold them, and I'm just trying to understand what this would be like. Any thoughts on it?
One of the alternatives in the RFD is to, I think, just to give the land a break and not tender it at all, which if that was council's preference, then you could still act on a future land sale later.
I wouldn't be opposed to offering 1 and 3 for public auction.
Go ahead.
And if that's the direction we go, we can acknowledge the fact that we haven't got the process nailed down yet and can wait until we have that in place before we even go through that procedure. I see no harm in doing that and using these as test cases for how well the process works.
And the piece that holds me back from not whether we go to tender or not is that we don't have a land inventory of saleable land. So if I look at the southeast 36,917 west of the 4th, does it have potential for our business plan or economic development of some kind?
Right.
So I'm a little reluctant to, we haven't had the horsepower to start those discussions and evaluations, even though in our proposed strategic planning, we have lots of ideas, but we haven't got there. So I don't mind to rest it, but I also think if it went for 1 year, we're not going to be far outside of the plans that we're going to do. Go ahead.
I think I'm just gonna make a motion here, whether it passes or not is another thing. I move that the MD of Tabor put out to public auction for sale the west half of 26,714 west of the 4th, east half of 27,714 west of the 4th, southwest of 27,714 west of the 4th, comprising of 805 acres, as well as the northeast of 9, 12, 18 west of the 4th, comprising of 159 acres for sale by public auction.
Okay, a motion is on the floor. We'll get that in front of us. Comments on the made motion or questions?
It would be nice to at least do a quick review of where it's sitting related to highways and if there is some reason for us to keep it.
Okay, well, there's a map, so.
Yeah, but like at high level.
Yeah.
Yeah, just.
For clarity or implementation on our side, do we want to enact this based on once the land sales policy is adopted and follow that process or no?
Yes.
Okay.
So if that's added to the motion, I could contemplate it, but otherwise I'm not in favor of the motion because again, there are decisions that are made quickly that, you know, have potential and we might be like, well, too bad we didn't develop that highway land. You know, we can see that on the map, but and I'm not opposed to a private person developing it. I think there's potential, but so are you making an amendment that once the land sale policy is complete?
Yes.
Because then that would give us the analysis.
And we can take time to reflect of whether we actually.
Yep. No, I'm good.
I think too, we need to come up with some kind of policy or what are we gonna do with the proceeds of the sale?
I-
And it'd be smart to do that before we sell anything.
Yeah, I, based on what I see in the RFD, not in this one necessarily, but on the lands issue, I see next step is that policy. So I expect we'll see it fairly soon. Martin?
I just want to be clear on it then. So we're gonna do nothing until we have a land sales policy in place, correct? We're just gonna put it on hold then, basically, until we have a land sale policy, and then our intent is to sell it after that.
if I'm not mistaken, once the land sale policy has been adopted, then immediately we would be able to move forward with the implementation of the policy as it applies to these parcels. We wouldn't have to come back and have another motion to proceed with the sale.
I would like to have a look at this land first to see what all entails before saying we're gonna sell it. I have no idea I would rather put it on hold. And then once we get to see what it's about, then bring it back for sale. I'd vote for
I think the policy would force that process.
That's the only confirmation I want, is that that's the process. If there's something, a gravel here, something that we could choose to not sell it.
One of the means of initiating a sale would be through the municipality, directly from the municipality, and then the first step would be for the declaration of that land for surplus, and that includes a scan from administration as per proposed policy. So that scan will include administration taking a look at the parcel, the lands themselves, and providing recommendations or guidelines for council consideration.
Yeah, I can only vote in favor of this if the motion would say consider these lands for sale because I just don't want us to all of a sudden read that motion and go, oh no, it says we're gonna sell it. Even if the land policy says something, this is my fear that, okay, we just start selling stuff off. I'm in favor of selling some stuff, but again, we haven't looked at this other than those of us who've taken time, but I'm hearing not everyone has. John?
The opening statement of the motion could also read as per the proposed land policy.
Okay.
Because the proposed land policy that we have in front of us, it'll be reviewed tonight, that we've already made, does allow for review and providing it meets the criteria of administration and council deeming it surplus.
I'm not in favor of doing anything on a proposed policy because who knows if it passes or not. Right? I'm watching things happen pretty fast right now. John, you're good with the motion?
Yes.
I will read the motion in. That once the proposed agricultural lands sales policy has been adopted by council and in alignment with said policy, the MD of Taber consider offering for sale by public auction the following lands. And that's just these two parcels? Okay, so west half 26,714 west of the 14, east half 27,714 west of the 4th, southwest 27,714 west of the 4th, 805 acres, and northeast 91218 west of the 4th, 159 acres. Comments or questions on the written motion? Martin?
I'm not saying it's a good idea or bad idea. I just can't vote in favor of something I don't know. I don't know what it entails till, because I know somebody's gonna be for me on this, and it might. I don't know why. So, will it be the best idea to sell it? It might be, but till I talk to everybody, get their input, I'd rather have my public's input rather than just going ahead and say what's gonna happen. So, in the end, it's probably be a good idea, but right now I'd probably have to vote against just saying we're gonna sell it till I get my public's input.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? So the motion, I'm not going to read the land description since I've read it in, but that once the proposed agricultural land sales policy has been adopted by council and in alignment with said policy, the MD of Taber consider offering for sale by public auction the following lands. that represent the 805 acres on first parcel and 159 acres on the second parcel.
Yeah,
David?
with the addition of that, I'm okay. Yeah.
Those in favor? Those opposed? That motion is carried. So we have to deal with the other piece of land. Still grazing. Okay, so let me. Okay, so we have the other piece of land, the portion of Northwest 151013 west of the 4th to deal with. Does this council desire for it to go to tender per 1 year as per the recommendation for the 2026 grazing season, or do you have a different motion you would like to put on the floor for consideration? Martin?
I'd like to go with the 1 year to get it lined up with the other ones, and because now if we end up selling the other two, we're just gonna have this one off. And I'd like it to line up with the other one, so I'd like the motion to make it for 1 year.
So the motion that's in front of you,
Yeah.
you're comfortable with?
Yeah.
Martin has moved that the MD of Tabor Council provide approval for administration to tender the portion of Northwest 151013 west of the 4th plus or minus 30 acres of grazing lease land for the 2026 grazing season. Any questions or comments on the read-in motion? Those in favor? Okay, I'll text Marie. All right, we're just waiting for Councillor Reynolds, and then we'll be moving on to 9.7 cultivation land lease tender. Okay, Arliss? No,
Expiry of an existing
I'm not gonna tell you, you
cultivation.
have to wave at me. Martin, you're gonna recuse yourself? Is that what you're saying?
I recuse myself. I was just like when you told Marie you had to leave. So I was
No,
waiting
no,
for you.
no, I did not.
We'll go back on camera and see.
All right, we're moving on to the cultivation lease, and I'll turn it over to council, or to administration to present this.
Yeah, so this particular lease is expiring or has expired, will be expiring. And again, the recommendation is ultimately for alignment with cultivation expiries at the end of 2027. So an additional tendering for an additional season. Bryce, Brian, if you have any more detail, sure.
Just that it's, it was mentioned that it is a small parcel, it's 13 acres, 13.26 acres. And like Arliss mentioned, it is intended to be in the same principle of alignment with the 2026, so.
And the only really unique aspect of this lease is it comes with water rights as well, so that is understood.
Council, how would you like to proceed with this item? Lane?
I'll move that the municipal district of Tabor council provide approval for administration to tender the 13.26 acres of MDT owned land and lease within the southeast 36,917 west of the 4th for the 2026 crop season.
Thank you. Any comments or questions on the read-in motion? All right, those in favor? That motion is carried. I'll text Martin. It's maybe someone can just pop their head out in case he didn't see my text.
So, we'll see.
Council, we have a public hearing scheduled at 1, and so I would, well, we'll wait for David. So council, we have a public hearing scheduled at 1 o'clock. So I would propose at this time, we take a lunch recess. Okay, we'll begin this afternoon with a scheduled public hearing for bylaw number 2028, the Ben Dike Area Structure Plan. So at this time, I will do introductions of the council. Just to make sure I'm clear administratively, these are separate, so we'll do one, close, and then do the other, or not close, depending on how we're doing. Okay,
Correct, yeah.
thank you. So we'll just do quick introductions. Sure, thank you, Murray.
Murray Reynolds, Counselor Division 6, Inchan area.
Lane Johnson, Counselor for Division 1, west of Tabor.
John Tricado, Division 2, which is south of Tabor.
Tamara Mianega, Division 4, which is Tabor north of the Old Man River.
Martin Connor, Division 7, Vauxhall area.
Ernie Peters, Division 5, which is Hayes.
Okay, at this time, we'll ask the introduction of those present to either in support or opposition of the bylaw. Ben in favor of the bylaw. Okay, and now at this time, we'll ask administration or a planner to read the purpose of the bylaw and outline details of the bylaw.
Yeah, which our planning advisor from Bonnie Bruin will provide that.
Thank you.
All right, so proposed bylaw number 2028 is before you. This is the Ben Dike Area Structure Plan and its consideration through a public hearing with the intention to establish standards and requirements for the subsequent development and subdivision of lands described as Block 1, Plan 94-10-733 in the southeast quarter of 23-10-15-4. I'll just maybe give you a little background information about the property itself and what is proposed. So the property is located approximately 2.5 kilometers northwest of the hamlet of Purple Springs, 1.8 kilometers if you measure that as the crow flies. The subject property is in the southeast corner of southeast quarter 23-10-15, and the site is bounded to the east by Range Road 15-1. There is agricultural land to the north, south, and west, and then immediately north of that is a 5.76 acre country residential lot, and that incorporates an agricultural construction business shop. There is a confined feeding operation that's located in the quarter to the north. It's approximately 940 meters from the subject property to the improvements, and that operation is in the corner, northeast corner of Northeast 23-10-15. It's a pullet broiler operation with 125,000 animals. The minimum distance separation from that confined feeding operation and the proposed development is met, so there are no issues with that. Other surrounding land uses include several existing residential acreages, which are along Range Road 51. And then on the east side of the road, we have Crown lands and municipal owned lands. The ASP proposes to create 3 residential lots from a titled area of 34.25 acres for group country mixed use. And so then the next public hearing is the consideration to designate to that land use district. Lots 1 and 2 are 10 acres in size and they're currently undeveloped. Proposed lot 3 is 14.25 acres in size, and that incorporates a dwelling, a dugout, and some ancillary buildings. Access to all of the lots are through individual approaches off of Range Road 15-1. The southern lot, which is proposed lot 3, that contains the existing house, that does have an existing approach and a driveway. Then the 2 other lots, there are 2 individual accesses proposed for those off of 15-1. The final location of all of those approaches, even though there is an existing one that is in the middle of proposed lot 2, would require approval by the MD and would have to comply with all the MD standards, including approval by Public Works through the issuance of an approach permit. The water supply for the lots is a cistern, and that would be the responsibility of the lot owners. There was some initial correspondence with SMRID for irrigation water, and it has been indicated by SMRID that there would be water available for the proposed lots through an application to SMRID for household purposes. And each owner would then be responsible for the installation and connection to those services. At the time of subdivision, then any necessary related easements would be registered as required through that process. There is electric and gas nearby, and then all of those costs and connections would be at the cost of the landowners. As far as the septic proposal, it is proposed to have, each lot is proposed to have an individual on-site septic disposal. The existing lot does have a field system, and the 2 vacant lots, the soils analysis indicate that the lots are generally suitable for individual on-site disposal systems, and those systems would likely consist of a treatment mound, given the types of soils and the depth to the water. The proposed drainage pattern is illustrated in Figure 2 of the ASP, and surface drainage is proposed to be controlled by site grading, which would go around the proposed residences and toward the ditch along the west boundary of the site, and then toward an open field located west and north. And given the size of the parcels, the overall flow patterns at the site, it's anticipated that there wouldn't be any change to that surface pattern, and that any changes to surface water flow rates would be negligible. And according to the applicant's engineer, there's no Water Act approval expected. The details of that proposed drainage plan would come at the time of subdivision, and if there's need for any easements, they would be addressed at that time. As far as development controls, the applicant is proposing 2 controls, one being the minimum house size, which would be a minimum of 1,200 square feet, and that there would be no single-wide homes permitted. And that would be enforced through the applicant's agent, but it would be part of perhaps an architectural control that would be registered through subdivision. Keeping of animals is proposed to be as regulated through any applicable MD of Taber bylaws, so there aren't particular details in the ASP at this time. With respect to the applicable policies and the MDP and the land use criterion, these are the ones that council has to consider. Firstly is section 12.1, which are the locational criterion out of land use bylaw, and that encourages group country mixed use within 1 mile of a designated hamlet. So in this case, the subject property is just slightly outside of that 1 mile. As I mentioned, it's about 1.8 miles, sort of as the crow flies, or approximately 2 miles if you measure that along the road. So council does have to take that into consideration. But the applicant is requesting favorable consideration of this ASP as the existing land is already fragmented. So as I mentioned, it is a 34-acre piece. And given its limited size, from an agricultural perspective, it only provides for marginal production of hay, grass hay. Additionally, we do have a policy in the MDP, policy 5.6.17, that allows for the purposes of subdivision of parcels into group country residential use, that parcels of 40 acres or less may be considered fragmented agricultural land and may be suitable for subdivision. And then there are also other existing residential acreages in the area, and so that the density that's proposed within this quarter section would be consistent with other nearby quarters. And so in this quarter, we only have 1 subdivision to the north, this property, and then the residual agricultural piece. So with the 2 additional, we'd have the 4 parcels, or sorry, that would be 5 parcels in the quarter. Other applicable criteria that require a determination by council is the suitability of the site, the availability of alternative land, the relationship of the use to vicinity uses, any environmental impacts, the provision of direct, safe, legal, and physical access, and then the impact on the use of the road network. So all of these considerations have been addressed in the ASP, and it's council's determination to ensure that they've been satisfied as consideration for an ASP adoption. The other criterion for consideration is section 12.2 of the land use bylaw, and that indicates that group country mixed use within 1 mile of a licensed airport, the minimum distance separation calculation from any existing or approved CFO, 1/2 mile of a Class B industry, or 1 mile of a regionally significant area should be discouraged unless the criterion that I just mentioned can be met to the satisfaction of the MD of Taber. So in this case, we do not have any surrounding licensed airports. The minimum distance separation is met to the operation to the north. There are no Class B industries or other significant industrial uses within 1/2 mile of the proposal. The area just to the east of this property is identified as an environmentally significant area. It is known as the area forming part of the Purple Springs Dunes, which is identified as a provincially significant area. However, in this case, it is on the west side. There are no portions of this property that are being affected or would affect that operation, or sorry, that environmentally significant area. And all the lands to the east, as I mentioned, are either owned by the Crown or the MD. So we don't, from a planning perspective, see any issues or concerns with that. The ASP and the rezone were circulated to all the applicable review agencies, and we did receive comment from SMRID and Alberta Health Services. Public Works also did respond to an inquiry with respect to the location of the new driveways. So SMRID advised that the district may require water cooperative for any proposed yard usage of irrigation water, and would also require that any costs associated with tying into that irrigation system would be borne by the purchaser. So again, these are things that can be addressed easily through the subdivision process. Alberta Health Services advised or provided its standard response regarding access to a legal source of potable water, contaminants, containment of private sewage disposal systems completely within the property that they serve, and that would be addressed through subdivision. And the existing house, their septic is entirely within their boundary. And then consultation with NRCB for any comments regarding the proximity of the subdivision to the CFO. We typically don't do that because the MD has a minimum distance separation already in the bylaw, so NRCB would likely not provide any additional information in this case. Further, they advised of no concerns with the application, provided the applicant complies with all pertinent regulations, bylaws, and standards. Public Works did do a site visit at the subject property. There was a question about the location of the approach for proposed Lot 1. Kind of looked like it was going through a high spot in the property. The topography is a bit undulating, as you can kind of see in the photos there. And this was discussed with the applicant. There was no issue from Public Works perspective, should that location for the approach need to be shifted a little to the north, and they'd work through that with the applicant at the time. However, if there is a desire to keep the approach at its current proposed location, then there would likely need to be a significant amount of earthwork undertaken so that everything would still be level with the road. Again, nothing fatal to the application, and that could be easily addressed at the time of subdivision. We did not receive any comments, written comments or inquiries with respect to this from adjacent landowners, and the applicant did advise that he did speak to some of his neighbors on the application. So that's a summary of the proposal. There are site photos in your package, and I can answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. So at this time, the chair, is there anyone who would like to speak in support of the bylaw? And you don't have to. If you wanted to speak, you have the opportunity, but So since there's no one who is speaking in support of, we have no one to do a rebuttal. So, and is there anyone, we know there's no one in the room opposing the bylaw because we can see who's in the room, and we have no one who registered online, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. So we won't be having a rebuttal in opposition. So now at this time, council, you have an opportunity to ask questions of our administration or the planner or those who have identified in favor or opposition of the proposed bylaw. Mr. Benedict did say he's here in support of the bylaw. So at this time, I would entertain any questions.
I just have one question to be Bonnie. So is this the first application we've seen of mixed use?
Yeah, I forgot to mention, this is our brand new mixed use designation. So what this does, and I was probably going to speak to it a little bit more in the next public hearing part, but this is intended to allow some small scale business opportunities in conjunction with group country living. The only other example we have of this was a direct control district that was adopted a little bit before we finalized our current land use bylaw, and that's sort of to the west of town here. Same idea where you could, through the discretionary uses, have things or have business uses that are more intense than a home occupation. And there are standards and criterion associated with that designation.
Thank you. Any other questions from council? My only question is when we talk about that it has to be 1.8 or 2 miles from a designated hamlet. Now, Purple Springs, does it meet the, I know it's not a hamlet in the context of how we identify Hayes and Grassy Lake and Enchant, but I was just curious about that. If there is any, and I realize we're outside of that criteria. I was just surprised it applied to this.
It does.
Okay.
We do identify it in the land use bylaw as a designated area, so it is applicable.
Okay.
And the wording is a designated hamlet or locality. So in this case, Purple Springs is a designated area.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification. Just wanted to make sure. Any other questions? So if you have, there was a few things that administration had identified that we could impose if we felt necessary. But if no one has questions on that, I assume that you are feeling it is in compliance with everything that has been presented and in our current mixed use portion of the bylaw. So if all questions have been asked and answered to your satisfaction, then I would ask for administration to provide any closing comments before we go to the next step.
We have nothing additional to provide at this time. If council feels they have sufficient information to make a decision on the application, we'd recommend that the public hearing be closed.
Thank you. Council, do you feel your questions have been satisfied? Okay, then I would declare this public hearing closed at 1:18 p.m. So we will not be going into the regular meeting of council. We will continue on into public hearing for bylaw number 2029, which is amendment to land use bylaw number 2011. Since it is all of the same people in the room, we will skip the introductions, but I will ask if there is anyone here to speak in support or opposition of the bylaw, and confirm that we have no one registered to speak online to either of those.
No one online.
Thank you. So I would ask the administration and planning team to read the purpose of the bylaw and outline the details of the bylaw.
Bonnie, please, yeah.
Okay, so proposed bylaw number 2029 is intended to rezone the subject property defined as Block 1, Plan 94-10-733 within the southeast quarter, Section 23-10, Range 15, west of the 4th, totaling 34.27 acres, more or less, from rural agricultural to group country mixed use, with the intention that it would be in compliance with the adopted Ben Dick Area Structure Plan, should council choose to adopt that plan. The proposed development, I won't repeat everything that I talked about in the ASP, but just to familiarize council with the proposed designation. This is the new group country mixed use designation, which was added to the land use bylaw, to the new land use bylaw. And the purpose of that district is to allow for small scale business opportunities in conjunction with residential development within quality, comprehensively planned, clustered, multi-lot country residential development, ideally on fragmented or poor agricultural land, and where conflicts with vicinity lands, uses, and capabilities are minimal, with this, and provides for the safe, efficient operation of road networks, does not impact agricultural operations, or urban expansion strategies are not compromised. So based on that information, council would need to make a determination that this district is sufficient or suitable at this location. And based on the information provided previously, it does not appear that there would be any land use conflict should council choose to proceed with the designation. The uses that are permitted in this district include a single detached dwelling, ancillary buildings, home occupation class A shipping container class A, and roof mounted solar. On the discretionary side, there are allowances for coverall buildings, daycare, dugouts, a variety of different types of dwellings, home occupation class B, which is more intense, home occupation class A, moved in buildings, personal services, public utilities, rural industrial class C in conjunction with an approved residential use. So those are the small scale business opportunities I was speaking of. Shipping containers class B, signs, similar uses, and solar energy system class A ground mounts. The proposed location and size of the property is suitable or likely suitable to accommodate any of those uses. And on the discretionary side, individual consideration at the time of application would be considered by the Municipal Planning Commission. We did receive comments from from agencies, including the Alberta Health Services and SMRID. Same comments as were submitted for the area structure plan. The notification was sent to adjacent landowners, and there was an advertisement in the newspaper as well as on the municipal web pages. We did not receive any written comments from property owners, and we didn't receive any inquiries from that matter. And also the same comments from Public Works are also attached. I have no other comments or concerns at this point in time and can answer any questions council may have.
Thank you. So at this time, is there any comments in support of the bylaw? Seeing none, we will continue on, and there's no need for the rebuttal. Comments for those opposing the bylaw? Hearing none, then there's no need for the rebuttal. So at this time, council, you have the opportunity to ask questions of administration, the planner, or those in favor or opposition of the proposed bylaw. So we'll entertain any questions. Hearing none, then I will turn it to the administrator to provide closing remarks to the planner.
For sure. Bonnie will provide those in terms of summarizing and ensuring that council has
Thank you.
received sufficient information.
Yeah, so just to summarize, this would be the redesignation necessary to support the ASP. So if council chooses to approve the ASP, then subsequently the adoption of the redesignation would be necessary to implement that ASP. If council feels they have sufficient information to make a decision on the proposed bylaw, then we'd recommend that you close the public hearing.
Okay, council, I have failed you once again today. So we do need to have a motion to close the public hearing, and then we will go backwards and make the motion for the other one if you have adequate information.
I'll give you one motion to close both public hearings.
Administration?
Sure.
Okay, so Deputy Reeve has made a motion to close the public hearing on bylaw number 2028 Van Dyke Area Structure Plan and bylaw number 2029 amendment to land use bylaw number 2011. Any questions on those motions? That motion. Those in favor? Okay. That is carried. So now we will move into reconvening our regular meeting and move on to bylaws. So we'll be dealing first with bylaw number 2028.
Give you a motion. I give you the motion at the MD of Tabor, give second reading to bylaw number 2028, Ben Dick, area structure plan effective upon third reading of the bylaw.
Any questions or comments? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Yeah. Mhm.
I'll move that the MD of Tabor give third and final reading to bylaw 2028, effective upon third reading of the bylaw.
Thank you. Any questions or comments on third reading motion? Those in favor? That motion is carried. We'll now move on to bylaw number 2029, amendment to land use bylaw number 2011.
I can move that the municipal district of Tabor give a second reading to the bylaw number 2029, amendment to land use bylaw 2011, effective upon third reading of the bylaw.
Thank you. Any questions or comments on the read-in motion? Those in favor? That motion is carried.
I'll move that the municipal district of Tabor give third and final reading to bylaw number 2029, amendment to land use bylaw number 2011, effective upon third reading of the bylaw.
Any questions or comments on the read-in motion? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Thank you to our admin and planning team. It's quite exciting to see a new designation happening in the MD of Tabor, and we wish you every success and look forward to the development. Okay, moving on to number 12, policies, the pesticide purchasing policy.
So this policy that's before council is being recommended both from the Agricultural Services Board as well as administration, that it be considered for rescindment, simply because it just adds unneeded redundancy, I guess, from a purchasing perspective. There already is a purchasing policy in place that governs the entire organization, so it's not really needed in that sense.
It should be noted that this this was discussed at Ag Service Board. Is that correct, Chairman? All right, and with that,
I can move that the municipal district of Tabor rescind the pesticide purchasing policy.
any questions on the motion to rescind the pesticide purchasing policy? Seeing none, those in favor? That motion is carried. All right, we had nothing from the consent agenda exemptions. Number 14, council requests for information and motion. So I do have one. I was wondering if council would consider a legal opinion on our land use categories and determining if there's pecuniary interest, because now we have separate categories. We have tendered grazing, we have transitional grazing, we have community pasture grazing, and we have cultivated lands. So to determine if we can have separate, if people can only be out of the room for items that apply to them. I'm also, though, willing for us to wait until these policies are passed. But part of the issue is whenever we have people coming in and out of the room, it makes things more challenging. And if they have no pecuniary interest, there's value to having their opinion added to the conversation. So we have had a legal opinion 3 times over the last, I think, 20 years of having the 3 or 4 times, and administration would have to correct me. We've seen what those legal opinions are, but the change is we have new categories that may change how the pecuniary interest is outlined. I don't know if anyone has interest in that, but so I'll make a motion to ask administration to seek a legal opinion on pecuniary interests regarding the proposed MD land policies. Any questions or comments on the motion? And we'll wait for Lace to pull it up so everyone can see it.
No, I would just say. No, I would just. They'll have to direct how they want.
Yeah, so for me, the reason behind this is to have a current pecuniary interest legal opinion that reflects the proposed land policies. Any questions or comments? Motion reads that, yes, Martin.
I think we kind of discussed it before. You on your own have to decide if you got a pecuniary interest or not. I think it's you as a person got to decide, and that's that. I don't think we need to make a policy. I don't think we need a legal opinion. Right in the thing, it says you got to declare if you think you do. We've discussed this the last 2 weeks, so I think everybody's got it beaten in their head pretty good. So I think you as a person have to decide you have pecuniary interest, and that's that, in my opinion.
Fair comment. My rationale was that we have separate categories. And so if the discussion is regarding the separate categories, perhaps the individual can stay in the room since it is no longer a broad-based, just cultivated or just grass.
With that being the case, I'm just wondering if we should be looking at clarifying the motion and with the as it relates to the proposed land use as it relates to the proposed land use or ver- the different categories within the land use policies?
Yeah, that is my,
Yeah. Yeah, I think that would provide some,
a bit
a
more
little
clarity.
more clarification for it then.
Okay. I'd be open to that change. I wonder, yeah, okay. So the motion reads that council direct administration to seek a legal opinion on the pecuniary interest as it relates to the different categories within the proposed land policies. Land management policy probably is the right. Just probably semantics, but. Okay. Lane.
So maybe just elaborate on the reason for moving ahead with this then. Primarily it's because we do have different classifications of grazing leases and or cultivation as well. And if there's an opportunity for somebody who holds a grazing lease to remain involved in discussions on other types of grazing leases that they are not directly a party to, then it provides opportunity for that perspective to participate in the discussion as opposed to having to be absent for the entire debate within council.
Yes, that is my rationale behind the seeking of this opinion. Okay, so that council direct administration to seek a legal opinion on pecuniary interests as it relates to the different categories within the proposed land management policy. Those in favor? Those opposed? That motion is carried. Is there any other council requests for information and motion? Okay, I want to click. We've gone through the agenda. We just have the one item left for closed session. Is that correct? So we have one item in for closed session. It's closed session pursuant to section 197 sub 2 of the MGA and section 20 of the Access to Information Act, disclosure harmful to business interests of a third party, cultivation leaseholder request. So a motion to move into closed.
Motion to go to closed.
Murray. Those in favor? 38. At least gives us the,
Motion to come out of closed.
okay, at 1:49, those in favor?
So I'd like to make a motion, but I don't know exactly how to word it. That the MD of Tabor Council approve a rent payment deadline extension until March 22nd, March 2nd, 2026 for the outstanding 2025 rent and taxes for the cultivation lease on Southeast 27, 13, 17, west of the 4th, and also request at that time that the payment for the 2026 cultivation lease be paid as well.
Can we reference the policy?
It references the lease itself.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's the following year's rent as per terms of lease?
Okay. John, does that addition meet your intention?
Yes, with the addition of the 2026 in brackets, it does.
Okay. So I'll read the motion that the MD of Tabor Council approve a rent payment deadline extension until March 2nd, 2026 for outstanding 2025 rent and taxes for cultivation lease on Southeast 271317 west of the 4th, plus the following year 2026 rent as terms of the lease. Any questions on that motion? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Okay, I don't think we have any other resolutions arising from closed session. Did you want that motion read in, Arliss? I think there's value. So there is a second recommended motion, and so it may provide clarity to our administration
For sure, yeah.
if someone is willing to make that motion. Oh, okay, then we want you to make, go ahead.
And in absence of rent and taxes being received on March 2nd, 2026, direct administration to proceed with the lease cancellation under section 27.3E.
21.
27.1 in brackets
So
E.
Councillor Trucado has moved in the absence of rent and taxes being received on March 2nd, 2026, direct administration to proceed with a lease cancellation under section 27.1 sub E. Any questions or comments? Those in favor? That motion is carried. Anything else from closed session? Anything else from administration? Council, anything from you? Last motion.